And good morning. The 7th of August, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Get the usual things out of the way. It's not for financial advice or trading advice. It is my virtual journal, right? And the theory here is that I capture everything on the screens in the video, and my voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking at the time. Looks like the stream is trickling along. That's a good thing. This is recorded and pushed to YouTube in 1440p, so it's high def. It's not very clear to you on your side. Click the gear button there and you can pick a much higher quality. So there's no, this stream is not monetized in any way. My motivation is, as I just said, it's my virtual journal. And I do this because I don't multitask well. And for me to be focusing on trading and at the same time doing screen snaps and typing stuff in a journal, which I believe journaling is important, it doesn't work very well for me. So I find this a much better solution. I stream to YouTube because I can monitor stream to YouTube because I can monitor the stream on any device, or which is handy, or replay it on any device. Through the course of the day, I'll discuss setups. Kind of the rundown is we're going to do this initial introduction, then I'm going to go through the numbers and the pre-market and what I'm expecting for the open and the first RTH 1 session or period of the RTH session, and we'll take it from there. See what else? Another reason for the stream is that I have a commitment, very, very serious commitment, to take no trades off of the stream for this account, so that the journey here is completely transparently documented and full accountability. That's one of the reasons that the stream is so long. I stream every morning from 8 o'clock until 1500 for that specific reason. I don't want to have the stream off, trades start to set up, and then I have to scuffle around and start a new stream or whatever. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. But I have a very definite commitment that no trade will be taken in these accounts off the stream. So there's that. Okay, let's look at the numbers, which are already out. We do have the only number left so far today is we've had continuing jobless claims and the labor costs. I'm interested to see what happens now here with the jobless claims. We've got a talking Fed or two, and then this is a pretty important 30-year bond auction at 12 is an important number. That's really important. A lot of eyes are watching that bond auction to do with this craziness of the economy and the manipulation or the attempted manipulation by some people. And then again, and we do have a scheduled, whatever this is, speaking, I don't know, microphone moment, I guess, here at 1500, but that's after the close, so good for us. Now, in addition to that one, there is executive order signing at 11 o'clock by the Random Risk Squad on 401ks. Oh, well, there you go. That ought to be interesting. I'll actually be interested to see what that's about. after the fact. I can't bear to watch these news events, but so that's going to be a potential market disruptor. I refer to all these kind of things, scheduled or not, as random risk, because you never know what's going to be said or what's going to, what the impact will be. This, for example, look at this one at 6:30 in the morning. Oh, well, there you go. Where did it go? Maybe they've removed it. Huh. They removed it. Ah, here we are. The CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign. Okay. That's pretty random thing for a president to be saying. So that's yeah, I don't know what to make of it all, but there's that. There we are. Let's move on past all of that. Now that's the next order of business here that we might be able to get our heads around and make some, have some logic involved is the pre-market. This is where did I go? There we go. This is the book map. Here was the entire overnight session right there. London kicked in, and of course they had to do their thing. This is yesterday's RTH session, and here's last night's ETH session, just a continuation of the latter, or the former, I should say. This is IRT, which is my primary charting setup platform. RTH session yesterday, ETH session, this current auction we're in now. Clearly 100%, well, okay, 99% long all night. We will be in a gap open, fairly substantial gap open. We're at 64.08, and the close was right down here, 63.79. So we're at about 25 handles, 28 handles. Gap up. My definition of a gap is range, from open to range now, and I'll put all that stuff in book map when we get to it. This is the ES, by the way, mini. This is the mini NQ. This is the E mini micro composite chart, which is just simply a RTH session only, daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and in so doing, it generates this high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. You see them a little more prominently there. And then it also generates a micro composite, VPOC, etc. So we are trading up here now just above the previous naked micro composite volume profile, VPOC, right up here. We're trading right there right now. And this is the market profile tool. So we go back over here to book map. Here's where we're trading. Here's where we closed yesterday. And here is that naked volume point of control from the 29th of July. All right. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values. This is the high and low volume node column, which IRT automatically pushes those. I don't think we can see any, but maybe. There you go. There's one of them. They'll look like that. Green is high volume. Red is low volume. They push automatically. This is two book map here from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. This is the RTH volume profile, which resets at 8:30 this morning. And this is an important column for me. This is my notes, cloud note column, where I manually enter these things. And the first thing I do every day, and now I'm starting to do this on the stream. I used to do it in the down session between, the down period between sessions in the evening. And I thought it might be better, more helpful to those to see what's up. So what I do, first of all, is clear all the notes from yesterday. Boop, there they are. And then I change the title of this column to the open type. There are only 4 open types. There's higher in range. Well, there's higher out of range, which is what we're going to be doing today. Higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range. Just 4. And it's very simple to determine what open type we have had or will have. It's only 2 criteria. Where will we open today's RTH session as it compares to the previous RTH session close right there, and the previous RTH session range, which we don't see here because it's buried. Well, RTH high is right there, and it's buried under the value area high. It's that number right there. So we're above that. So where are we? We are higher than the close, and we're out of range. We're higher out of range. That's very simply all there is to it. Another thing that I always do is I put a marker here at the naked volume point of control from the most recent auction, which is yesterday. And here was where we closed. Now, because this is important to us, to me, with regard to the gap, I am going to put in, as you see I have done so here, gap high, gap low, all-time high, those kind of things. I'm going to flag that because this is the gap low from yesterday. That's where we closed. I'm sorry. That's not correct. I want to mark the high of yesterday, which I'll do here in a minute. We'll just move this, no problem. So that's the gap low of 060825. I encode the dates this way, day, month, year, by the way. Now we need to slide that up to our previous RTH high right there. So I'm going to slide that up right there, and that's going to be good. And then when we open, I'll put the upper flag for the gap at wherever we open today. Here is the all-time high from the 29th in the RTH session. We still have an all-time high up this way up here, but this was put in the ETH session. Okay. Moving along here because I get weighed down. So now you understand how these levels work and how this is also the column where I will input the statistics associated with the session prices here, and that they are driven by the open type. These are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT, self-explanatory. There's a POC for both full session and RTH session. The POC is, first and foremost, none of these levels, numbers, or anything I talk about is mystical or difficult to understand. It's all logic, straightforward, and math. People that want to make this sound confusing to you are trying to sell you something. Be careful. So there's a POC for full session and RTH session. POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. 23, well, here we are. Now here's the full session. So say 2730 and 2737 is the POC, or maybe it's a little different, 2750, whatever in the middle there. The minute one of these prices is higher than this by one number, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Real easy. Another one that seems to confuse some people is the IB high and low. That's an acronym from market profile, meaning initial balance. And what these two prices really represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of this upcoming RTH session. That's all. It marks the high and the low of the first hour, period. There's the mid for the RTH only, and there's a VWAP for both RTH and Globex. The rest of the numbers are just as they are. This is the open from yesterday, value area low, up you go. Real easy. Now, the statistics come from, also very simple, by the way, come from this study right here. As I said, there's only 4. We're going to open higher out of range because we're gap up. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened 515 days higher out of range. Of the 515 days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.4 times. Overnight volume point of control. Bam. That is exactly all there is to it. 2 pieces of criteria determine the open type, and then you simply go to the study and input the numbers. And you notice now this is a live market, right? You notice that the VPOC just moved up right then. Well, so what we need to do is keep up with it. Some of them won't. For example, the overnight, the previous close will not change, obviously. And then all I'm going to do on the study here is just go down the list. There's the overnight volume point of control. Next candidate is this 77.1%, the overnight high. This is pretty easy. Overnight high, where did that go? Well, we know for a fact that it's living right under there, don't we? Because that's the high of the session. It happens to be at the developing value area high also. So that's 77.1. The IB high, well, that's a good one, is 65.5. 65.6%, I'm sorry. Now, this is kind of important. 65.6 and IB high. Why did I do that? Well, we know the definition of the IB high and low are simply to mark the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open the new trading session, the new RTH session at 8:30 this morning, this number, this flag right here, is going to move and start marking today's IB high. And when I look back at this percentage sitting here and I don't have IB high written down, I'm going to go, what the hell is that? So that's why I do it. What else we got? Let's keep going here. Previous high, 65%. Well, we know that the previous high is right there. So 65.0. There we are. Overnight mid, 64.3. And so on down the list. Previous close is 47%. That's kind of a biggie, I think. But we have this flag here. What I think I'll do is change up my rules and put that flag right over there, because it is, in fact, I want to put that in there. That's the MVPOC for whatever yesterday was, a 6, right? Okay, there we go, baby. Now we can get rid of this. And we can put the statistic there, which is 47%. Okay, there we go. And I'll just continue down the list. What is the next one down there? Overnight low is 34.6. That's right here. I was hoping I'd see something that would jump out. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Notice that this is 34.6, the overnight low. The previous IB high is 65.6. Well, how are we going to get to 65.6 without passing through 34? Obviously, we can't. That should highlight or emphasize to you that these are just statistics based on the look back of 2,000 days. And remember the world famous saying that nobody pays attention to, but here's almost every day. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That's really important. That is a statistical fact. So there you are. That's got to be good enough for now on the stats. I'm going to now do something I do every day, which is my TLab post. And I'm going to do that right now. And this is why I don't multitask well. So what is the TLab, you ask? It is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It was started by a guy named Tom B. And I believe how do I say this exactly? I believe he is the genuine article and that he is interested in helping traders also, as am I. For me, it was important that you're never solicited for anything in the Traders Lab or here. Tom reportedly has about 46 years experience trading, and I believe he's telling the truth. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. It's a different environment than here, where I do, everything is completely transparent and live. But there's a good crew of people over there, and it's the only other site that I really recommend. You have to join the Bookmap Discord server, and then you can navigate to the Traders Lab, and the guy's name is Tom B. There's a bunch of good people in there that are serious about trading and approaching trading as a business, not a video game. So there's that. And I make a post in there every day at about 8:20. I make a post at around 6 in the morning of the numbers, just to try to give back a little, and help if I can somehow. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Who knows? But anyway, I also share these session prices here with anyone that needs them. And they're pushed live from my machine. When I share them with someone like listening to my voice here, they would go via Google, and then you get a link, and you bring that link into this CloudNote column, and bam, you have these levels. Many people in the TLab and Static and other places use them. So there's that. If they would be helpful to you, drop something in the chat. And there we go. Now where are we? What are we doing next here? Got our levels in there pretty well. We're ready to start. It's going to be a big gap up. We're going to start open in 6 minutes. So the next important order of business here is to be able to trade, isn't it? And the way you do that with Bookmap is, first and foremost, you have to initiate the trade control panel by clicking this padlock and selecting a way to interact with the system to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is this active data column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns. And if you choose both, guess what? You can do either. You can also trade with hotkeys in your keyboard. Easy to set up from settings, but you need to be sure that the focus of the computer is on this application, or the key, you'll be keyboarding like crazy and hitting keys like crazy and nothing will happen. And that is a normal behavior of any computer. If you've got the focus of the computer over on IRT and you're trying to enter something on Bookmap, it ain't going to work. And that's normal. Now for me, the next thing I need to do is I trade with multi-brackets, and I use a risk neutral trade management system. This is the smallest risk neutral package that you can use, because you need to use an even number of contracts. So 2 is the smallest even number, eh? And then you determine your stop size for the entire package. Once you have done that, the first take profit target for the risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it is for the same amount of ticks in a positive as the stop is negative. Winners, losers, whichever way, short or long. And then the balance of the package can be divided up into one or more runners. If you use a 4 lot, for example, 4 contracts, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, half the size, 12 ticks, and then 2 different runners. That's all there is to it. But it makes a really big difference psychologically, and I think in your trading. The important thing is, the minute this first take profit target is achieved, the worst you can possibly do in the trade is scratch. That's huge. Now, you can't be, you have to qualify that by saying you can't move your stop away from entry. That's, never move your stop away from the entry. You can trail your stop closer to entry or trail it up behind, however you choose to manage your trade, but never move your stop away. That's no matter what trade management system you use. Anyway, so that's how that works. And then the next thing I do is the multi-account. Yeah. Close. And there we go. Now, this stream in this account is a TopStep evaluation account. And there are 4 others behind it. So that copy thing, or that multi-account deal I just ticked, means that one trade here is copied, and you'll see all of those entries or exits or whatever flash up over here on the stream. So you just approach this as trading a 2 lot, and it happens automatically in the background. My theory here is that this will be the entire journey from 0 to hero, completely recorded, full accountability, and full transparency, as I said earlier. All right. Now, the final thing I do here for my pre-game setup, and we're going to open in 30 seconds. Confirm it's the right amount of contracts. Click this again. It stays green. You can see all of the data that you are required in ticks. I don't believe you should trade your P&L, and you've got cancel and close. Boop. So now we're ready. Now we're ready for the open. It's going to happen in 1 second right there. And this is, you see, we're having trouble up here. That's a problem. And there's ample data, memory and computer here, so it's irritating, but that's how it works. That's supposed to automatically reset, and it doesn't. Data aggregation. You see how it's these red bars? It means it's over trying to process. It's getting more data than it knows how to deal with. This computer was the most robust i9 I could get 3 years ago when we moved here, and I built this machine. And it has 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and, you know, pretty weird. And this only just started. So, yeah. What I'm going to do now is begin the process of tracking the migrating volume points of control, which I do, like that. And yes, these yellow lines continue to plot all day. But it's very possible if I'm zoomed in or scrolled in that they will be off the left of the screen. So I want to see all the data that I think is important right here. And now what do I need to do? Remember the gap, right? Oh, look at there. We opened right on the micro composite. Well, those dirty devils. I'm going to put this just above it, okay? So that I can have that in there and recorded for the sake of the stream and me and everybody else. Yes, I'm probably OCD, you bet. So this is gap high, and this is 070825. There we go. Now, this should be right on the open. Okay, because that's where we open. So that's the gap. That's the high of the gap between down here, where the high of yesterday's range, not the close. I don't do it that way, and I'll show you why. Here's our close down here, but we traded up here yesterday to 63.79.5. So I mark the gap, in my view, is from yesterday's range to today's open. That's the gap for me. So, you know, feel free to do whatever you want. I want to be sure and explain what I do so it's not misleading. And now another thing that I'll point out here. You remember when we put the statistic for yesterday's IB high? Well, here is the IB high, just where it belongs at the high of today, first 1 hour of this trading session. And here's that flag. That's why I put the initials IB high there. I know without question that this is the level where the IB high was from yesterday's RTH session. And the statistic to get there, or the probability of revisiting that, is 65.6%. Real simple, straightforward, and easy. Now, all of these naked volume points of control here tells you where we've been. And just a word about my workflow with this. You see how this current one has a white text? Up here it's now what happened? Up here is a red text. Whenever the flag or the number has been revisited, in other words, it's no longer an active number, I change the text to black. So that should hopefully clear up any questions. Now, you see how we jigged and jogged around up here? This 84%, it doesn't really matter, but it's just kind of, the point. That changed. We've already revisited the overnight volume point of control, no problem, as expected. And likely we'll hit this value area high up here, which is the previous high, remember? You can see right there. That's the overnight high right there. So likely revisit that. We have opened in a gap higher, which means we are in gap rules. Also old acronym, old stuff from Market Profile, but it's pretty surprising how frequently these, I don't know, market profileisms, for lack of a better word, pan out, bear out as to be true. Gap rules say that if we close the gap relatively early in the RTH, the current session, and are accepted, and price is accepted within the previous range and value, is a very high probability that we will trade all the way across the previous value to the other side of it. And I'll show you what that means in just a minute here. I'm changing my charts to full session, day session only. Right here. Now notice this was full session. Now they're the day session only. So gap rules. Here's our gap. Gap rules say that if we trade down to and get into this, coincidentally, yesterday we had essentially no excess on the top. This darker blue is the value area. These are the tails, the gray. There's really no tail or no excess up here. So gap rules say that if we trade down and are accepted here in this price, high probability we'll trade across this value area. Let's see, now the next thing I'm doing, and I'll show you what I'm doing here. I also plot and track the micros, exact same setup, exact same contract. 2 contracts, but this is the micro ES, micro NQ, as opposed to the mini. So what I was doing was, here we are. Now we are day session only. And I'll explain to you why I do that in a minute. Okay, and I will save that. And did it save? There we go. And we'll go back over here. And this stupid thing is giving me trouble again. All right. So where the hell are we now? What are we doing? Who's on third? Okay. This is remember now that these flags are pushed automatically from IRT here, the session prices like these, to this column in Bookmap. And these high and low volume nodes are pushed from the micro composite over here. These red and green lines that you see there are pushed automatically to Bookmap. And from the mini to the mini, and from the micro to the micro. So there you go. There's that. Now, so the point is that this yellow line here, which is the RTH session volume point of control up here, is from Bookmap, and the flags here, which just moved somewhere, are from IRT. And where that moved from or to, I'm not exactly sure, but kind of disappointing. Anyway, the effort here is to try to reinforce, more than one data point, more than one data source. Another thing that's important to maybe think about here is you see how The full session volume point of control is, you see the POC is a more dark or muted yellow than is the, I don't know if I can get it to light up here, then is the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. So there's that. And here's our IB high, and here is our flag, which is not caught up yet, but I will flag this as the migrating VPOC. In the early stages of the market, obviously, this is pretty quick, radical to move, because there's very small volume here and in a very close range. So look at here, there's 1974, 1922, 23, 24, all it takes is one contract. This is 2775. The minute one of these numbers says 2776, the yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Not mystical or magical, just numbers, math, data. That's all. Statistics. Okay, what have I done? Who's on third? I don't know. Antonio. Hey, morning, Antonio. The random risk and Mr. Microphone craziness continues over here. If you're, I can't bring myself really to watch the news or anything. I just watch the numbers, and it just seems so crazy to me. I try to not do it. Hey, Richard, morning. Or I should say good afternoon. And bon tarde to Antonio. A fella jumped in here yesterday afternoon after you guys both wandered on. Alec from France. Had an interesting conversation with him. So I got to dust off my French, and I'm sure he's still crying about it, but it's pretty funny. Seemed like a nice guy. Okay, so here we are now. I'm still in the throes of the IB statistics trade vetting, so I will continue with that. Yesterday, I just flat wussed out on a clear IB continuation, which would have, of course, kicked me over the top on all of these things. But I'm trying to be real measured and, I don't know how to say it exactly. And I don't know if discipline's the right word, but not in a hurry, not in a panic, whatever it is. Let's take a quick run around the horn. So we've got the micro composite here. We've opened way up here. We're gap up, and this is not showing us where we are. Well, it is. We opened right on top of, if you can see it, right on top of the micro composite VPOC previous from wherever it went. The 29th here. That's our doji boji going on right there. And here's our gap. Perhaps easier to see over here. There we are. And here's our gap. Funny, isn't it, that we had the P-shaped profile, which, you know, supposedly indicates short covering. Close this gap. That made sense. The very next day, we had a B-shaped profile, which they say, you know, market profilism is, well, that's long liquidation. So we had a gap. These guys covered their short. Now they're long, so they had to liquidate real fast. And yesterday, P-shaped profile, short covering. You know, I don't know what the hell's going on. Or sometimes I think, yeah, I don't know. And now we've got the gap, and we're up here. So we are in gap rules, and that would be that I do know without question. And we're looking like we're, you know, thinking about closing them. Never know. The overnight was just a, you know, runaway. I don't know what's up with that. But back to the market at hand here. And now I have to start my new little goodie idea, which is, wait a minute. I mark with the vertical line, and it seems to pick whatever color it wants. The open of each session. Okay? And I do that so that I don't have to squint and look at, you know, read the time down here. My goal is that I want to keep the session in view in this chart area. Obviously, it's pretty simple right now, and if I have this line up, I don't have to think about it. I can just glance left, and if I see that blue guy, I know I'm all right. The idea is I'll show you what I mean by the overnight here. Yeah, I know. Stupid thing. There's the open of the ETH session, and here's our trade all night, and here we are now. I find this to be helpful for me because I keep perspective on context and what we're really doing in the bigger picture, the higher time frame of the day. So that's a new wrinkle I've been doing lately. Obviously now it's not that important. There's the open. We've got crazy Ivans right, left, and center over here. The IB is plotting out correctly. And, you know, we're in a teensy weensy eensy beensy range. We're in almost 10 handles. That's not so small. But that's where we are. I also like to try to keep this at $1 high, but I can't really do that when I have a wide range. Now it's not a problem if I can get it figured out. Going the wrong way, I think, isn't it? I'm getting close. So there's a buck. So this would be how I would prefer it: $1 high in the price levels, and the range in visible on the screen. What's happened the last couple of days with a wider range, I can't really keep them at $1 because they don't fit. And here we go. Uh-oh. Are they going to think about closing that gap? We had some numbers out this morning that were not good. I'm not sure what the reaction is going to be. Fire somebody else. I don't know. You know, it seems like the credibility of just about everything is in question these days anymore. All, you know, centering around the random risk squad and Mr. Microphone. who, by the way, has a couple of scheduled deals here today. There are numbers that are both bad. We do have he's going to sign an executive order about 401ks. I'm curious to know what that's about at 11. Then there's going to be delivered remarks at 1500. Now, yesterday when this happened, it wasn't delivered remarks. I think he was signing something. It was phenomenal. There was like 50 things here. Double the tariff on many of the countries where we had already a deal in place. You know, now the deal's off apparently, and this guy should be fired. And Apple's going to build all new power plants for their stuff and data centers across them. You know, on and on and on. It was pretty weird. It was amazing. Fortunately, it was after the RTH session, but it was wow. So be very careful at 11 Eastern, Central Standard Time. 1500, okay. And then, of course, there's always the random risk in the middle. The 30-year bond auction at 12 is going to have a lot of eyes on it, because that is basically the moderator and the motivator for what these guys are putting in place. I think that's, again, that's not necessarily what I know, but that's what I read and hear from people who I believe know a lot more about economics than I do. So there you go. Disappointed that I didn't catch that trade yesterday, but I was not. Something that's been happening with those IB trades, as we know from, all this conversation, the IB trade, there are two. They are not on the table or active until after 9:30, which is when the IB sets. And this stops moving up, this stops moving down with price. Okay? We know that there are two. There is the IB continuation, and there's the IB failure, which is essentially mean reversion. That is suggested by the price action. If we are rotational or balanced, that would suggest IB failure. And if we're directional, out of balance more or less, then I would expect an IB continuation trade. 3 times this week. I guess what I'm trying to say here is I've got to figure out how to switch gears quickly, or more quickly than I am, because yesterday in particular, it was just balanced as you could get. And then all of a sudden, 9:35-ish, we started breaking up, and the IB continuation was the trade. Straight to both profit targets. I wasn't on it. Straight to both profit targets without any heat. But the trade I was expecting and, stalking, whatever, was the failure trade, because we were in a balanced market. So I have to really up my game on how to, as Tom would say, know when it's time to turn the tanker. I guess. And now what? Here I stand. In my opinion, this is random news. Somebody said something right there. The stop run, okay, but anymore, the first time I see any big reaction, I start looking for the news, because it seems like that's just about what's doing it. And one of the things that I also found real interesting this morning, no reaction to the numbers. So I guess the market has already discounted that those are not something we can rely on anymore. That will be a really big deal. If that's the case. Well, they sniffed around closing that gap and thought better of it, apparently. What do you think? You want to close the gap? I don't know. Let's go back over here. So what are we doing right now? I mean, we forget about all of this down here. What are we doing? Well, we're rotating. We opened gap way high, so typically the expectation is close the gap or trade towards the gap a bit more than we have so far, just for responsive profit taking, right? If you've gapped up and you've been long all night, which is what basically happened with London, it was more or less London that kicked it up. It was pretty well flat until through Asia. You'd expect them to take some profit, but not really. And again, with the short covering, long liquidation, short covering. Now what are we going to do? Now what are we doing up here? And this is what I was talking about yesterday with getting, being able to switch quicker, change my context expectation. We were like this in the morning. Boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom. And then about 9:35, it started one or two ticks up here, and the rest is history. And that happened here and here, essentially. What happened down here on the big Gapperoonie? This one stayed pretty well, a pretty normal distribution with kurtosis on both ends, and I'm also really aware of the fact that I don't want to rush into any trading because I have the ever-present, knowledge in the back of my head that I've got just one more trade, and these will all be XFAs and, all of that stuff. I don't want to be... I wish I didn't know that, actually. But there's no way you can not, keep track of your account and where you are and stuff like that. But it would be better to not know that. That's why I never have dollars or money visible on my screens. I used to keep this hidden, if you remember. until didn't matter, showed me how to change the P&L and all these data points from dollars to ticks. And I don't know how long I used this stupid thing and hadn't figured that out. I'm kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. So if, I set things up and that's how I use them. I don't spend a lot of time doing, exploring around, and that's probably a function of age or whatever, but I don't. I do like it this way, though. I get the real estate back, so I don't have to see that trade control panel. I know it's active, and I've got all the same data here with cancel and close, so that's what else you need. Using multi-brackets. If you're not using multi-brackets, then the trade control panel can have, you can set up brackets and OCOs and stuff over here. You need to be able to look at it. But these data points right here are the same as up here. And then there's wherever close and cancel all ours here. And once this is closed, there you get those buttons there. So what is all this about now? Is somebody saying something? It's really disappointing. Disappointing. And then when their numbers do come out, nothing happens. Extra stupid. There's 7:30. Right there. Considering a pretty big miss on labor numbers, that's I would have expected more reaction. So, we're crossing the 9 o'clock hour here. I'll start the idea of this keeping the range in view. Obviously, in the early stages, it's not a problem. But I keep the range in view all day, and then if and when it comes to a situation that I would expect or am perhaps would interact or engage with the market, I can just zoom in and see the price action I'm interested in. That's my thinking. Let me see here. They bumped the levies or whatever against India up to, I think it's like 35 or 45% now or something. And I don't understand the story with Switzerland, but that seems to be a big focus also. It doesn't make much sense to me. But then, you know, they put tariff on an island full of penguins. So what the, you know, really, I guess sense to me doesn't need to be applied particularly. If you're just wandering through, the views numbers coming right up, smack the thumbs up or drop something in the chat. So, you know, that'd be cool. I'm in this just for basically the likes and subs, so that's an honor. Welcome. This is if you missed the pre-market every morning at 8 o'clock, I kind of explain this all, but it's obviously the usual, not for financial or trade advice, get that out of the way. And then it's my virtual trading journal. So the idea is I see everything on my screens and record all of that, and then my voice over here gives some indication as to what I'm thinking. And it is the reason the streams are so long, from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500, is I have an absolute hard commitment to not take any trades in this account off the stream. So there's that. And, you know, remember that I'm talking to myself, right, most of the time, because it's, and I believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. So a lot of reinforcement of things that I believe that I want to have reinforced, right? That's part of it. And now here we are, you see, in this basically balanced kind of a rice cream. And another thing too, I am not I should apologize up front. You know, half the time Antonio will go, "Hey, I think you're muted," or something, you know, because I'm standing. I'm not a influencer guy, right? So this is a long way from professional. Ooh, big deep V reversal down to that liquidity. Overnight mid. Well, there's another one of them. There's another one of the those statistics. I'm not exactly sure what the hell that was about, but I guess they're just trading them. The V reversal here is a trade that Rod and some of the static guys, Garrett and folks are, I'm not sure if Antonio and Richard are working on them or not, but it's a setup people are working on vetting. I think one of the main points, as it is with any kind of a setup, and why I'm doing this keep the whole day in range and view idea, is to keep aligned with context. Now, we are essentially rotational here, so if you could consider this a mean reversion trade. Mean reversion, outside in, outside in. My initial reaction, just the reason I started saying that a moment ago, was this would have been more appealing to me for a V reversal, because in my opinion, this is more in alignment with context and the gap below us, as opposed to this one. And now we seem to be heading that way. right here. I don't know if something's been said or not, or, you know. Maybe the Intel CEO said he wasn't going to quit. 6 or something this morning, Trump demanded that the Intel CEO resign immediately. I didn't know that was part of the deal, part of the job. What did it say? Oh, shoot. I do that every damn time. Sorry about that. Loop back to that part about the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There's no other solution to this problem. At 6:40 this morning, I wasn't aware of what the problem was with Intel, but I guess there is one. And according to him, that's what it is. I don't know. Random risk, baby. That's all I think that's the best way to look at it. It is random risk out of no place. And that's the problem, because if we are, you know, one of the main objectives of a trader, in my opinion, is to manage and control your risk, preserve your account. That's the ultimate goal. What difference does it make if you've got the most fantastic 99.9% win rate and statistic if you blow your account up and oops, you can't trade tomorrow? You know? So risk is probably the biggest. When I'm talking in the pre-market about how to set up the risk neutral brackets, the stop of that of the package needs to be the first thing that I believe you should consider is the risk to your account and what your risk tolerance is based on your account size. Anyway, so that's the thing that we need to manage, in my opinion. And coming from a project management and software development kind of a world, one of the first tenets of project management is to identify risk and then figure out how you could mitigate those risks. And in this case, we can't, because you don't know when somebody, you know, the spirit's going to move them and they're going to start coming off with some, the CEO of Intel's got to resign or whatever else it is. So that's why I think that is our biggest risk right now for trading and the auction, or at least that's how I view it. And I'm not saying anything political here about anybody, but I didn't know at 6:42 this morning that he was going to drop that thing, you know, and nor did anybody else, I guess. And it happens throughout the day. Now, I have noticed something else that I think I did point out already. Yesterday, perhaps. Financial Juice in particular. When they get word of these things, like delivering remarks or signing executive orders and stuff like that, they're very good about putting them in press conference or something like that, putting them into the docket, right? So that we see that stuff and when it's expected to happen. And that's great. I mean, that's a big help, I think. And of course, it's, you know, the people doing it, Trump and the rest of the squad, their motivation is not how I'm trading. Their motivation is they've got their own agenda, so they could probably care less. But, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that they should be worrying about me, but I'm talking about from my point of view, from our point of view as traders. Mind your risk. And now we're building a little fractal down here at that liquidity pool, and we got a $1.93 below us at 65, 85-ish, I guess. We're going to monkey around and close this gap here pretty quick. Okay, yeah, so we're sneaking down there, huh? About down to that gap. I didn't get this very correct either. There's that high, so our gap high is actually there. Once again, just, for clarity's sake, I consider a gap range, not some folks do close, some folks do settlement, whatever. I figured range. Therefore, our gap low from yesterday was previous RTH high, yesterday's high. And coincidentally, we got some liquidity parked out here. And it's been sitting out here since just before the open. And then the gap high for me is the open, because that's, where we started. And looping back around to that, the risk story, that what I'm talking about is coming from my position, which is approaching trading as a business, a statistical business, and my goal is consistent profitability. And if you are, or, if anyone is interested in an adrenaline rush and likes to gamble or whatever, that's perfectly fine. Then don't worry about any of that. But my motivation and the reason for this journal and this stream is to approach trading as a statistical business with consistent profitability. Just to depend on, to rely on. And that's what I'm about. So that's why risk management and all those things I was saying is important. If you got a big pile of money and it's like going to Vegas and, grabbing some good looking gal's butt and throwing 10 grand on a crap table is your idea of fun. Good for you. That's no problem. And you can have a lot of that here. You can just be as random, impulsive gambler guy as you want to be, or gal as you want to be in the markets. I think it's kind of, as Tom says sometimes, if you want to be a gambler, go to Vegas. You can get the buffet and free cocktails, and it beats standing by yourself in the dark in your pajamas or your underwear and trading, I guess. So there's that. And now we're down here at our IB low. We have not set the IB statistic yet, so nothing to see here, folks. Move along. Once we, something that I'm also mentioning every day, which I think is really important, maybe a little early now, but to do with the IB statistic, which you guys have both heard about, but others may not. It is a very well-known old market profile-ism again, that the IB low or high, once 930 comes and goes, they will cease to move, right? Because they just mark the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the trading session. And IB is an old acronym from market profile, meaning initial balance. Who decided that? Beats me. But that's what it is. So the statistic says that after 930, there is a greater than 97.5% probability that price will exceed the IB low or high in the balance of the RTH trading session. And what I had done sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, and what I would warn against is don't try to trade to the statistic. In other words, it's 9:25 Central Standard Time. The statistic sets at 9:30. Well, we're right here, and I believe we're going to get the IB low, right? This is a bad example because we are on the IB low now. And remember that this will continue to extend down with price until 9:30. Let's say we trade back up here in a few minutes, like we are, and I think we're going to take the IB low and try to trade to that. Doesn't work. I've been burned a lot, and yesterday was a perfect example of that, and I did point it out. 9:28 or something, we came right down to the IB and boopity boopity boop, and what did we end up doing? Took the IB high for the statistic. So my advice to myself is to never try to trade to the statistic. Once the stat is in the books, determine whether I think it's going to be a continuation or a failure. IB, continuation or failure. And that's pretty important to me. That was like a epiphany when I figured that one out. Tiffany the Epiphany. Well, we're close to that gap close, aren't we? Let's see now. What are the gap rules? If price is accepted in value, previous value, high probability we trade across it. So what is all of this stuff starting to add up to? I start looking now. It's time to be thinking about these IBs. What's context? Down. We were balanced, and now we're starting to extend a bit to the lower side. You want to look over here. No question about where context is, in my opinion. Lower highs, lower lows, gap close. In a gap situation, I'll be a bit more cautious than usual, which is pretty funny. Antonio and would definitely find that humorous for me to say that, because I've been, paralysis by analysis guy for a while. But sometimes, and I don't know a percentage or a probability for it, but oftentimes we'll close a gap like we're going to do right now, and it's not accepted in range, and we turn right around and go the other way. So coincidentally, we're going to be real close to the IB statistic set, because it's whatever time it is now. It's 9:24, so we got basically 5 minutes till 9:30, and we have just closed the gap as we speak. So I'll be skeptical at this point that we're going to be accepted. And I don't have a real hard, fast way to think about that. I don't know of something that would indicate to me that we were accepted in value and going to trade across it, or not, or be rejected. I mean, rejected out of it's pretty obvious, I guess. Now remember, it's still, the statistic is not live, so this IB low and the both line and flag are going to get down here pretty quick. Seems like it's kind of weird, doesn't it? Well. Look at this. What's happening now? A lot of buying there, but nobody's getting anywhere. These bubbles are colored by delta. Obviously, there's a lot of buying and selling going on right there to chew through this liquidity. But because it's green, that means it ended up buy, the delta ended up buy side. And conversely, the red indicates that the delta ended up sell side, or the aggressor was, I don't know how to phrase it best. Well, we're going to be in the IB stat here in a couple of seconds. 30 of them, to be exact. Well, not quite. 15 of them now. This looks like pretty soft ground here to me. Is this a W or whatever the hell you call those? Doesn't look like they're too excited to be accepted here in value. They did close the gap. And remember that this is the Can't seem to get these lining up. I don't know whether they're moving or I'm messing up, but this is the naked volume point of control where we closed yesterday's RTH session. Interestingly, that it's a high volume node. There's the close, you know, and all of that. And settlement. Oh, wow, look at there. Settlement right here also. Right? 63.71, yeah. Yes, sir. So that's a pretty big spot right there. $210 stacking up here at 75. The statistic is now hot or set. In other words, the IB low will not move anymore, nor will the IB high. This statistic says then that there is going to be taken out here in a second too, come to think about it. There's in this open configuration, which is higher out of range, there is a 97.5% probability that the high or low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the trading session. Higher in range is 98.2, lower in range is 98.3, and lower outer range is 97 point, whatever that says, 9. So there you go. That's the statistic. And look at us. Bing, 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 bing. Remember when I said don't trade to the statistic? If you tried that from right here, you're either stopped out or damn close to it. And I'm only talking to me, remember. All right, just to run around the horn here. ES Mini, NQ Mini, ES Micro Composite, ES Market Profile. We are green across the board. Nobody is at 1% yet or better. What do we got for volume? All this week, yeah. Again, all this week we've been in the 120s in the morning. This is relative volume for this time of day. Ooh, look at here. Can that be right? The ATR is at 9 points. I'm not so sure I believe that. But I'm not going to mess with it right now. This is open interest on the ES. SPX, and then harmonic rotations. And this is delta, which I don't think is particularly valid for me. And there's another thing that's worth saying here is that, you know, I'm looking at Bookmap and IRT and thinking about this and volume profile that and all these different lines. Absolutely, whatever system works for you, that you can trade successfully, is absolutely the thing you should do. Antonio and I have talked about a fella at TopStep TV, or one of the young coachy guy named Dakota. Trades the NQ, trades TopStep X, which is a real lightweight version of TradingView. Doesn't use volume bars, doesn't use volume profile, doesn't use POCs or VWAPs or anything else. It makes money hand over fist. Good for him. He should definitely not ever come listen to to this stream and think about doing any of this stuff. You know, that's really important, that you find what resonates with you and do that. That's for sure. In my mind now, we are in gap rules, and that is a special situation play for me. So I will be less anxious. I mean, I'll be real skeptical about the initial balance trade, which is what I'm working on, because of the gap story. I think that, you know, you have to weigh everything in, I guess, or that's what I believe. It's important to have the right perspective also here. Remember that when I said don't trade to the stat, right? Statistics here at 75 quarter. Excuse me. We're flying back and forth up into the 82s, right? So this is stop out country. That's this consolidation of this bar right here, which is breakout and retest is could get expensive. Could get expensive. And I'm still monkeying around with how to do this better so that I can keep that perspective and sense of scale, but not have the one of the things that I don't know what I would call it, an attribute or not of Bookmap, is you can get zoomed into milliseconds, you know, in my opinion, in so close, I can't make heads or tails of it. It means nothing to me. It's just like soup. There you go. That's 2 seconds. Well, what are you going to do with that? I'm not a algorithm. I wouldn't be able to do that. So I have to continually be on guard with Bookmap, that I'm keeping myself real, you know. I used to do this. Well, that's 50 cents. I used to try to keep it so that I could have these grid lines exposed, and that you can actually get it up to a tick. And maybe once you're into a location where you're anticipating engaging with the market, maybe that's the way to go. I'm still figuring this out. That's as far in as I can go because it's trying to keep all of this on the screen. And there we have each is a tick. Does that work? I don't know. Can't see the IB. Can't see anything, can you? I can't. There we go. So we're still at 50 cents. In order to be able to see these relative levels, you got to get into 50 cents, looks to me like. Just, I don't know, you know. I'm just thinking out loud. Remember that. And here's exactly why I recommend not trading to the statistic. Boom. Stat sets at 9:30. What happens? Nope. 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 And these are pretty big nopes, right? This is 76 to 84. So unless you've got one hell of a big stop, way too wide for me, that wouldn't work. Which brings us back to this. You got to start this whole process from your risk management point of view. How much can you risk? You know, do you have $1 million account? Are you doing a 50K combine like this is? Well, what's the daily loss limit? It's $1,000. A 2-lot on the mini, full stop, 3 points. Oh, there we go. Here's the VPOC migration, baby. Ooh, look at that. So a full stop on 2 contracts is at 3 points is 24 ticks or $300. So you can only take 2 of those or 3 of those stops in a day and still be within your daily whatever they call it, daily loss limit or whatever. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the all-in loss limit is $2,000. So you can only take, 6 stops in a row on a 2-lot with a 3-point stop, and you're out of business. Tom probably has, a gazillion dollars and, often says, well, I took several stops getting that entry. Well, good for you. Good for anybody. You have to really remember that, or keep that in the forefront of your mind, in my opinion, when you're trying. You cannot compare yourself to anybody else or trade like that. Unless we all got together and we're all trading a 50K combine and we're, you know what I mean? And then all those parameters would be somewhat equal. That kind of would level the playing field. But In the case of a lot of the chat rooms and stuff, that is not the case. And then you've got the random risk of the guy being a shill, and well, it's not the case with the TLab or Tom, but you know what I mean. That's also a big deal in a lot of other places. Well, let's see now. We didn't get that IB low, did we? And we're 10 handles above it. And that VPOC migration's working out just like it usually does for me. We laugh here, Antonio and I particularly, because we both have the same feeling about this thing. Obviously, it is a very obvious setup to try to trade and to try to vet. How can you miss the yellow brick road jumping around? And here we go, and now it's working out, shall we say. But how did you do that? You know, this is 6 handles, 6 1/4 handles up here. And where did it stop? Why did it stop here? Because of this liquidity, the bottom of this bar, maybe? You know, that's the problem for me with that particular setup, is it is so obvious. And you think, boy, that's got to be one to work on. But I have not been able to figure out the context and the trigger and the qualifying stuff for it. There we go again. So that's not going to be on my dance card anytime quick. And a lot of people, I'm sure, trade it and are super successful, and I am just envious. I just don't know how to go about that. But good for them. And that's another important part is, you know, the setups and stuff are what makes sense to me. You might go, what is wrong with that old guy? You know? We're going to get the stat here, I would guess. There we go. There we go. And now we have the statistics of the overnight low and the previous close and settlement all below us. As I said before, looking at this from a big picture, there should be no question in your mind what the context is so far in the day. Directional, with 1, 2, 3 distributions. The IB statistic has been taken out by 2 points, and now we're trading back up here. Does that lend itself to an IB continuation? Under a no gap day, I would be thinking more towards that. But in the situation of the gap rules, and if you notice over here, yesterday, right? Yesterday was this big directional day, P shape. There was the POC. There's the major volume distribution. And we traded right to there, almost to the POC in the center of this volume distribution. Therefore, I'm not all warm and fuzzy about continuing down to the bottom, which would be the IB continuation trade. In other words, I guess I'm wussing out. I don't know what to say. I'm trying to be logical and think this correctly. And maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. And now we got a crazy Ivan going on over here. One of the trades that Rod and company do, other traders speak of, is the bar trade, which is breakout and retest. Okay, so we had a breakout and retest, and breakout, retest, and breakout and retest. Which way is it going? Where's it going? You've been stopped out here and stopped out there, and this is one of those where I tried 6 times and finally got on. I can't afford to do that. And I don't want to do that. There's confirmation risk and there is information risk. You know? If you wait for confirmation, you risk that distance. If you put the trade on like an asymmetric trade up here with no information, then you have that risk. I'm not sure which one I'm more comfortable with, frankly. I'm also pretty leery about the fact that we have close, settlement right here. Is in terms of thinking about the IB continuation trade across that into that value. And, you know, very, very definitely could just go zipping right across there. Never know. The joy of trading. It's important to recognize also that with this scale and the charting the way I've got it, I use a risk neutral trade management system, right? So if I got short anywhere along here, looking for the IB continuation trade, it would be scaled. Once that's over with, you put on your helmet, you put your feet up, and there you go. That's the beautiful part about that for me. All the sweat, strain, and adrenaline is off. Doesn't mean you're going to get T2 or, you know, anything else, but if the worst that can possibly happen is a scratch, that's pretty good. Now, you know, intellectually or whatever, I'm trying to take it and learn from this gap situation and how we're trading here and what I'm, you know, really analyze what I'm thinking about it. And pretty obviously, I haven't thought about it favorably enough to put on a trade. And I'm probably going to regret the hell out of that. But, yeah. We made it through settlement, so we're south of the POC, the IB. Yeah, that's pretty. Important for me to think about this it's not just the risk neutral scale. You know, I'm thinking in terms of 60 ticks, which is 3 points or 12 ticks is the risk neutral scale, and then 48 more and then 48 ticks or 12 points is T2. What does that do for me? You know, had I taken, I don't know, this IB VPOC, you know, layered the VPOC migration along with the IB low, or say registered this as an entry trigger for the IB low, which typically it would be if it weren't a gap situation, and gone short there. Okay, 74. So I got to go to 62 down here for that 12 points to get T2. Likely going to do it. We are incidentally trading across value so far. So, if you took those trades, good for you. Alice here didn't do that. If you're just cruising through or lurking, throw a thumbs up and drop your name or hello or go to hell or whatever in the chat there. And, you know, that'd be great. That'd be cool. Well, 10 o'clock. What's this now? Oh, wait, there's random risk is going to be Mr. Microphone's hitting the stage here pretty quick. When is that? I think 11, I believe, maybe. Let's confirm that. Yeah, okay. We got a Fed speaking. Oh, well, it's the New York Fed inflation expectation at 10. And then we've got Trump signing more executive orders on 401ks. I'd be real curious what he's going to try to do with that. Let's hope, protect the citizens here. Me particularly, me included. Yeah, I guess I'm probably just wussing out on this. I'm sort of in a situation the last. I guess I got kind of on tilt with that whole account drama, but there comes a point when you got to eat your own dog food, which is that after you vetted the trade and you have confidence in the statistics, then you've got to take the damn thing whenever whenever it exhibits, right? Of course, that requires having confidence and a thorough understanding about anybody can get the setup. Here's the VPOC. Where'd it go? Here's the VPOC migration. No problem. Here's the IB. Boom, we took the stat. The important part, where the rubber hits the road, is the parameters or the conditions that validate an entry there, and then the trigger for that. And that's the important bit. Right here. Short right here. Retest and couldn't get anywhere, or even here. Typically, I would have been on that or here, except for the gap, which I've said a couple of 3 times here, and maybe that's just an excuse. But any one of them would be scaled. And after that, well, it's okay. Then obviously you want them to go to profit, but an aspect that I used to have as a hard point in my trade plan, but not so. Oh, there we go. FedEx. I'm guessing that the inflation expectation wasn't so great. What I was going to say is the range requirement. That used to be a hard point in my trade plan, but it's still recognized, but it's not a hard criteria. And that's real simple. If you're thinking about an entry here, that's 75. My range requirement would say that entry was not valid if there was not a clear, unobstructed path to the risk neutral scale, which means 3 points. Okay, so right there. Oh, I'm sorry, right there. And what does that mean? Well, an unobstructed path in my idea is no obstacles, no lines, because every one of these levels gives price an opportunity or traders an opportunity to bounce it or react to it. So that's where I came up with the range requirement thing, which probably wasn't original, but I don't know, maybe Tom or Rod or somebody. It isn't a hard point for me completely, because you would spend days sometimes when we're in a more of a rotational market. You just stand there for days and there's no trades available because of that requirement. Now, here would have been an IB failure, an IB continuation setup, qualifies to 3 points. I should have definitely taken that one. That's an error on my part, essentially, or missed vetted trade right there, or here, but here for sure. Trades up, ticks it, can't get back to the level again, and off we go. Still hasn't reached the T2, but would be scaled and would be all right. So I just have to get over this somehow. So close to that target. I know that that's what's giving me, before I hadn't even paid attention. I was actually surprised when I had to do this account story, and I looked at it and saw how close I was to getting to achieving that milestone. I hadn't even thought about it, and that's the way I like it. Okay. Ooh, the boss is signaling there's treats. Keep forgetting to keep the music going there. The Day the Music Died, isn't that a song or something? Or it was something, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. Some of these I've got to test out. I wouldn't want to kick them off without listening to them first, but kind of interesting. Dark Trap, whatever the hell that is. This is Latin Relax. En Cuba estoy. Bolero Bonito. There was something around here I saw was Portuguese. Oh, yeah. Pau de Guar. There you go. Yeah, this is one I like. This is, by the way, this is Epidemic Sound. I ended up subscribing to it because it is guaranteed YouTube safe and no copyright and all that crap. So far, it's been okay. I just haven't spent enough time. There's only 2 or 3 of them that I typically run through in the day because I haven't spent the time to actually listen to everything. Well, we didn't get down to our 62 number yet, which is where we need to be for T2. So they are. Oh boy, what are we doing now? Putting in another distribution or fractal or irritating little bump, however you want to refer to them. I'm not sure if I was muted or not, but we have traded. What I was talking about is we've traded across this big distribution here down to the low volume area. And we had, a beautiful trigger there to target. Not so beautiful, but a trigger there to target. So I need to go to bed without my dinner, I guess. I've been a bad boy. So far, it's all right here. No problem. You don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna shower and do all those things. I want to get it all done. Okay. Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, baby, we're down there again. Ooh, baby, ooh. And let's just see, keep in the back of your mind the gap rules. Look back at the beginning there and the pre-market when I lay those out, and here we go. Boy, I'll tell you two really, here's the really classic mistake on my part here. This is a classic setup for the IB continuation. This is similar, and I'm aware, very aware that this is all. I'm looking at this in the rearview mirror here, but I talked about it at the moment. So especially this one, not over here. So that doesn't change the fact that they are per my requirements. And so that's a big error that I missed that vetted trade. And I need to do that. Control E, okay. Okay. What was that? And about 10 o'clock. So that's oh yeah. Well, that's pretty disappointing in myself, to be honest about it. We're just about ready to close the damn gap in the NQ too, which I hadn't noticed till right now. We've got a ways to go, but yeah, 50 handles, but still, this is just marching down swimmingly. Let's see, random risk is going to be at the microphone here at the top of the hour. So here we are around the horn, trading out the bottom. This is NQ. Very definitely closed the gap, and we're looking at that trade down. Excuse me. We're looking at the gap rules being fulfilled. And back over here to my grievous folly. Or not. Anyway. All right, what happened? What happened? Who's on third? Well, there we are. There we are. There we are. Here we are. Oh, wow. 57. Look at that. And a big dump here coming again. And the 30-year bond auction is coming up at the 12 o'clock. Well, now there's a pretty good VPOC migration. And this is one of the more current situations that some of the guys are focusing on. When the VPOC, migrates outside of the IB by at least 3 points, then there can be movement in that direction. Of course, it also has to do with the news and the market and what's going on. But yeah, there you go. Now I need to take run my wife out to an appointment. I'm the only driver in the family over here, so I'm also a soccer mom. Yeah, so we're having the I don't know whether the news briefing or whatever it is, signing or whatever it was called, is done. But keep your powder dry and be really on your toes for this 30-year bond auction. That could be a real deal. hopefully not any question in anybody's mind which direction the context of the day is in. And I would suggest that longs are not on the table. Hey, Gene, what's up? Just back from a journey here. I'm like Mr. Mom. I'm the only driver in the family, so if one of the gals needs to go out, I'm it. Soccer mom. And what have these random risk squad gotten up to here while I was away? Well, we should have had I can see where the 30-year bond auction doesn't look like it's been a big hit. BPOC migration continues lower. I'm still mad at myself for missing that perfectly identified IBC. So let's see now. Okay. I haven't looked at what the 11 o'clock story was about 401ks. I guess I'll look into that tonight. Yeah. Couple of beautiful setups on that IBC, I'll tell you. So far, there's been 3 of them. Now, I have no excuse today, and the account's back in full force, so I just wussed out. That's all about that. Yeah. Good luck with that TopStep X. I'll tell you. Be careful you can't. I don't know whether you use multi-brackets or not, but you can set up a bracket order. I know that. But you can't do multiple. So, for example, if you wanted to have 2 targets and 1 stop, you'd have to do it like we used to do on Bookmap, where before multi-brackets, where you would set up a 1 lot bracket and then you'd enter twice, instead of just enter once, you'd enter twice, and that would put 2 trades in the market. And then you adjust the stops together, and you can adjust the targets separately. I do know that you can do that with TopStep X. I've never tried doing that, but I've definitely set up a 1 lot, bracket with a stop and a target, and that you can definitely do. I also think one thing you might want to look into that might be a little more, feel a little more normal for you would be Quant Tower, which you can trade via Quant Tower and a TopStep X login. I don't think you can, I'm not sure if they'll let you take it to live account or not, but for sure I think Combine and XFA. I'm pretty sure about that. If you have any specific questions, one thing for sure I recommend is what I did to get my accounts straightened back around after the 3 of them turned up missing with that big drama they had last week. Call the support number. But you will, and it's pretty funny because John Hoagland does the, he does the voiceover, hi, welcome to TopStep support, all that stuff, which is kind of funny to hear Hoag doing that, but hey, good for him. And then if you call in the afternoons, you likely will not get through to anybody. And he just comes back and says, sorry, we're unable to take your call right now due to unusual traffic or something like that. Call in the morning right after 8 o'clock. And I got straight through, and it took the guy exactly a minute and a half, which is what I expected because that's happened before. I took him about, oh yeah, they're not associated. Okay, there you go. Now you'll need to restart the Rhythmic, which I knew, and Bookmap, which I knew, but it worked. So I would suggest that if you have any questions. Oh, well, there you go. I thought they were going to try to make you do a TopStep X thing only. But yeah, okay, so there you are. Never mind. Forget all that stuff I just said. Well, yeah, the level 2 data is $40. Make sure that you don't pay twice. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Antonio here. I'm not sure about Richard, but Antonio here, in here, up above there in the chat, does his executions and trades through Interactive Broker. But he, watches charting from, I think, TradingView, and then, of course, stuff here on the stream. So, yeah, that can certainly be done. You can use one platform to execute and do all your charting or whatever. But then you're going to want to have brackets set up on TopStep X so that you can trade that like more normally. And you can do that. You click the little gear thing, and it's right there in front of you. You can set up brackets and those kind of things. Been a hell of a sell-off day, hasn't it? So much for that gap up. I mean, why would they have in the first place? Ridiculous. Let me see. I should be able to show you that, actually. I forgot about this. Hold on. I have a TopStep X thing. I have an account with him. Okay, so here's TopStep X, right? This is the MNQ. So what? You mash this little guy right here, the wheel thing, and there you can set up your risk. They call it profit bracket risk, whatever. Now, I've only been able to figure out how to do it in dollars. On your charts, you can have it plot in ticks or points or profit or whatever you want. But the only way I've ever been able to figure out how to get this, not copy trades, this thing to work is in dollars. I don't see any way to change that. So you could set up, well, this is $150 and 300. So this is essentially a one lot with 12 ticks and a one lot with 24 ticks, right? And then if you wanted to trade more than one contract, don't change the lot numbers to 2 or 3, because you'll just get one stop at whatever you've set over here. Say you do 3, like I think you usually trade. If you put a 3 down there and then you put in a target, you're going to get a stop with 3 contracts and a profit target with 3 contracts, which maybe is fine for you, but it wouldn't be for me. So what you can do is a 1 lot or a 2 lot, I guess, if you want to trade 4, you can do a 1 lot and you click one enter and then you click another enter and you can bring the stops together. Now they're the same and you can keep the profit targets split. So there's that. And another problem that you'll notice here, this is only level 1 data, right? This is just the inside book. I'm not paying these guys another $40 to have level 2 data over here in this thing, because I pay them for level 2 data with Rhythmic. So yeah, it's complicated, and I don't know why they're trying to force this program X on people. I don't know, but you know, they are. So that's much as I know about TopStep X. And there's I don't know if you ever, well, yeah, in my case, using a 2 lot, I would enter twice, boom, boom. And then I would bring the stops together and they would instantly be at the same place. So it would say 2, but then I can have 2 separate profit targets. Essentially, I can have the same thing that I have when I enter a trade, wherever I am here, when I ever enter a trade like this. It's 2 lots, stop, and then there's 1 at risk neutral, and there's 1 runner. That's, that's just me. You can set it up any way you want to go, but that's if you want to have separate profit targets, like you have 2 contracts or 3 contracts and you want to have 1, 2, 3 profit targets, you got to go 3 times. Now, according to something that Patak said the other day, they're going to be changing that around. They're going to be fixing the brackets, and I think, and you also need to be careful there, because I do not believe, and this is strictly what I heard, I've never happened to me, that I don't believe they're OCO. I don't believe it's order cancel order. So you want to be damn sure that you don't leave some stop laying around, and then blow up your account because you didn't close it, or it auto closes on you at 3:15 or whatever, however it is they do that. Make sure that that's working, or go there and, when you talk to the person of support, or go to the Discord, make sure you find out if those are OCO orders or not. I don't think they are. I think I heard somebody say that they're not. I don't know. I haven't really messed with that much to be any kind of an expert for you. What happened here? Did we close the gray? Oh yeah, well, shit. We closed the NASDAQ DAC gap also, and we have satisfied, if I'm not, yes, sirree, Bobby, the gap rules have been met to the tick. Gap rules, if we close the gap relatively early in the session and we are accepted in previous value, there's a high probability, and I don't know what the exact number is, that we will trade across value to the opposite side. And look where we went. Look where we came. Exactly. It's really phenomenal how often those old market profile things work out. You know what I mean? Crazy. Crazy talk. Anyway, so here we go. We're getting a lot of migrating VPOCs over here. Another thing, I don't know whether you used volume profile much, you know, like Tom and the TLab and this and that. But I'll show you how to do that. I'll show you how I was doing that when I was playing with it. Let's find the start. Okay, here's the start of today's session, right? Right there, right there. Okay, this one. Yeah. You've got to go to indicators, volume profile fixed range. And you click that beauty. And then you go to the day, you know, where you want it to start. So there's 850, 830. Yeah. And then you go to the last one, and there is a volume profile. And I have this one with PPOC and the, you know, value area and stuff. And now, as the day progresses, each time a new bar prints, you got to keep scooting this over by grabbing that little circle down. Like, for example, let's say that we brought it over here. You got to keep scooting that over. It doesn't go automatically, is the point I'm trying to make. And I have not been able to figure out how initial balance, where'd they go? I haven't messed with this for a long time, as you can see. Somewhere around here. Oh, there's one I've forgotten left in. This is the last day. Whenever this was, the 30th of July, okay? So what I've done here, and another thing I found out, or I for me anyway, I delete the previous one. I leave the for example, today I would leave the overnight and today's RTH session volume profiles, but then I delete them because all these lines of the high and low value areas and all that stuff keep extending forever, and pretty soon you'll have a whole bunch of stuff off there in your way. So you just click on that and go. And the way I came up with the volume, the IB high and low, was just to make a line of each, and I move them every day. Real inconvenient because I've not found an indicator or anything in TopStep X anyway that works. I also heard somebody say, this is built by TradingView, right? And TradingView is a pretty powerful charting package, I believe. I've never really used it, so I don't know that, but I know there's a lot of custom charts and custom indicators and custom stuff you can do. Apparently, TopStep X is one of the next things they're going to accomplish is you will be able to import and use custom stuff applicable to TradingView, which would be a big deal, because that way you would have a volume profile that works, and you'd have, you know, IB, and you'd have session prices, and I'm sure somebody's done that already in TradingView. So that's another one I heard. I'm not saying I know that, but you know, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm trying to get the IB worked over here. That's right. So, well, this is not working even a little bit. So you see what a pain in the butt it is if you get out of whack here. And you can see how long it's been since I did those. Maybe easier to just forget about them, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so that would be August 25th, August 4th. Oh, I got many more days. I'm not going to mess with it. You see, you get the point, right? And now you'll see over here when we get over here to the, oh, you can also change this from ETH to RTH by this little button down here, if you care about that. So now you'll see that if we want to have this be the right thing, it's got to be pulled over here to the last bar. Otherwise, the only other volume profile that I've ever found here is this thing. Somewhere down here. visible range, and that is, in my opinion, is completely useless. It plots from this side. I think you could maybe go either side, but it's only for the visible range. So, for example, if you go like that, you're going to have a volume profile around this. If you go like this, it's going to suddenly go out to there. It doesn't go with the session or the day or anything else. For me, it was unusable. Oh, sorry about that. I thought I was showing you the right thing. Oops, I didn't read up. Well, so here's the way I did the volume profile by just dragging it, using this one here. I don't know where I lost you, but fixed range volume profile, and then you start it at the day, and you keep pulling you got to keep pulling it over like now, right? I got to move it over to this one in order to keep plotting around the bars. And you can set it up to do whatever else you want to do, the value areas and the POC and blah, blah, blah. There you go. ATR, volume, but I don't think it, yeah, you can get it set up however you want to, and it is based on TradingView, so maybe that'll help. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right, I'm closing that back off where it belongs in my world. There you go. You can see how confused I get with it. And it is strictly what you're up to. I was talking about this earlier in here. Whatever works, There's a guy named Dakota, a young fella, 31, from Utah, who's one of the coaches in TopStep. He's on TopStep TV and does that, slow moves or something in the evening, 7:30. He trades with TopStep X. He doesn't have volume. He doesn't have volume profile. He doesn't have any indicators. He doesn't have anything except a 5-minute candlestick chart. And then I think he uses a 100 tick chart side by side. He does some support and resistance stuff, let's see, we had some support right here. It looks like we had some resistance right here, like a rectangle or something. Is I think number 5 or something on their leaderboard, and his last payout was over $200,000. So you can definitely trade with it, if you've got the skills, and maybe, watch somebody like that a little bit, and you might be able to adapt to a different style that works better for you. I don't know. It's all, whatever works. That's my theory. They're having a bad day here on the old ES is having a bad day. I'm afraid to look at the news, what happened over there while I was gone. 1,000 Trump thingies. Trump is insisting that the CEO of Intel needs to resign. That's pretty interesting. Now they're insisting that Putin must meet with Zelensky before Trump. Okay. Is there anything about... Okay, so the bond auction, this was real important. Yield is going up. That means price is going down. Bids to cover. 25 billion they only sold. Indirect are foreign companies. Direct are, brokers and people, and indirect are the primary dealers. What was the story at 11? Trump or something, like he was going to do something. He was going to have some sort of signing executive orders about 401ks. That would be interesting to me, probably. And I guess anybody. You, too. You've been working somewhere for a while. And then he's going to deliver more remarks. Last night was amazing. There was about 3 scrolls worth of stuff he put out last night, who he was going to sanction and how stupid this guy was and what. I couldn't believe it. Way too big to copy and paste anywhere. So, So I would suggest being really on guard at 1500 or right around there. I'm trying to see what he had to say about the damn. Nothing. Oh, you know what the deal is here? Well, where the hell is not one word about his comments about 401ks. Isn't that weird? Huh. I'll be darned. Oh, well, not surprising, but yeah, so we're still falling out of bed pretty hard over here. Way out of bed. There is the full session so far. And old Alice here, boy, this was an absolutely perfect IB continuation. The statistic, the parameters, the trigger, and away you go. To well beyond, of course, way beyond my two target risk neutral bracket for sure, forever. Where did that happen? 75 to 37, 40, or 40, so 35 handles without a blink of heat. I'm sure Rod got that with a 4 lot. That guy's he's really doing great. No, I didn't. I stood here and narrated it and wussed out on it and did not. And I only need one more 2 lot risk neutral trade, my usual bracket, and all 5 of those accounts will be XFAs. We will be passed and then XFAs. So it was kind of inconvenient when the account was goofed up last Friday, and then that got sorted out Tuesday, and yesterday I was still a little questionable. Again, yesterday was let's see, when was Tuesday and Wednesday were both crystal clear, great IB continuation trades, as today. Yesterday and the day before were a little confusing and for me, and why I didn't take them. As you know, there's 2 IB trades. One is the continuation trade, and one is the IB failure. The IB failure is typically the favored trade in a balanced rotational market. And the IB continuation, obviously, is we're in a directional market. That's how the price is going to continue to move that way. And Tuesday and Wednesday, we were in a very balanced morning until just after the IB set. This is, now I'm just showing you here in the volume profile, just after the IB set, and then it took off. And in the case of yesterday, it went up. Here is also something funny. Here is today, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. P-shaped profile, short covering. Tuesday, B-shaped profile, long liquidation. Wednesday, P-shaped profile, short covering. And today is a big runner, you know? So they got everybody on their back foot, that's for sure. And they're just trading the hell out of them. But what hung me up the last 2 days, and no excuse today, no excuse, but the last 2 days, what kind of threw me for a loop was that I didn't pick up on the context change quickly enough. Recognizing that the tanker had turned in time. Strictly my fault, and definitely things I'll work on in my study period in the evenings and the weekend, reading them. That's one great thing about Bookmap is the replay function is so perfect. You can't tell the difference between regular live market and the replay. So, and you can even trade it with the multi-brackets on Sim. So you can do everything just like normal. I do anyway. $13.30. Yep, that's exactly right. And, eat your own dog food, right? I in my discussions about trading as a business, with rather than a video game or whatever, it's to vet the trade. You get a data set, that identify a setup. What has happened here now? Huh. This is pretty weird. Okay. I got it. You identify a setup, which I have done, the IB, setup. And then you collect data with the same parameters until you have a statistically significant data set, and then you can determine mathematically, statistically, if that has an edge or not. Probability, expectancy, whichever one you want to use. But they have to be the same. You can't have one trade with a 12-tick T1 and a 24-tick T2, and the next one's a 12-tick T1 and then a 48-tick T2, because they're not consistent. They don't belong in the same data set. You can't do probability that way. And then after you've done that and identified that it has an edge, which I pretty much have with these IB trades, you take every instance or every occurrence of that setup and that trade that present themselves in the live market. And that's what I'm failing to do. I'm still keeping the discretion as the final, decision point or whatever for entering a trade, and can't do that. This was absolutely. Now, where'd you go? There you are. Now, where are you? This thing has so much trouble keeping up. It's really ridiculous. I don't know why either. Okay. 9:30, nothing's happening. 9:45, boom, there's the statistic taken. Back up, down we go. Now we're starting to get the confirmation for IB continuation lower. We trade back up to the statistic by a tick or so. don't get up there, right there's the trigger for the short. Or if you're real slow on the draw, right here. Or if you're too fast on the draw, right over here. But you know what I mean? There's 1, 2, 3 very clear triggers for that short. And all the way down you go to where we are now without any heat or anything. So that's a real definite screw up on my part. Absolutely. And then I'll start working on the next setup. But I'm confident that my next trade will likely be a positive outcome, as the past few have been. And in that case, then all 5 of those accounts will be XFAs instead of the valid deal, or not. But my trading, the risk neutral package is that the basic risk neutral package that I use is about a not quite 3-to-1 risk to reward. So, if I take a full stop, that's 24 ticks. And if I get both targets, that's 60 ticks. So, I guess it's a little more than that, actually, then. And I think that's really important to take 2 steps or more ahead and 1 step back, rather than the other way around. Yes, the tilt I have seen, definitely. And what that is I'm sure you know, but it is all of the TopStep combine people and what their positions are for each one of those instruments, long or short. That's the tilt. And you have to ask yourself the question, so do you fade the tilt? A couple of people have said that. Yeah. There you go. And those some of those poor bastards are they're doubling down all the way to hell. Yeah, the Monte Carlo guy or the Martindale guys they're doubling down all the way. It's a shame, but what are you gonna do? I would, I'd take a look at that tilt. I think there's a, if I remember right, you got to refresh it or something. I, I don't imagine it would be long all day. You know what I mean? That sounds like it's stuck or not, needs refreshing or something. I don't know. They keep this up, they're going to get 100 points out of the ES today to the short side. 400 ticks. Do you trade with the dome or the chart and the mouse? Because you got to link those things. You can be, if you don't have them linked right, you can, you know, if you enter something on the dome, it might be a completely different instrument than you're looking at on the chart. You need to have them linked. That's for sure. It happened to me once playing around with it. I thought I was trading the micros and it was a mini because the dome was over on mini NASDAQ. And then I figured out how to link them. It's done with a color thing. Yeah, okay, there you go. We approach the power hour here. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those days like day before yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just, you know, short the open and away you go, and then go to bed or, you know, go for a run or something. Come back at the close and there you are. One thing I think about, I've never done this, but I've heard somebody comment about it. If you have a project, if you have positions open, it auto liquidates at 15, I think it's 1510 or maybe 1515. So yeah, I would, there may be a short cover here or a squeeze, but it's a pretty steep sell off and based on, you know, some fundamentals. Whether, you know, whether the dear leader likes it or not and fires the guy, the jobs numbers suck. The new jobs numbers out today also suck. PMI sucks. You know, I mean, this is a classic example of irrational exuberance, I think. But, and if you catch it on the right way, well, there you go. That's what all those guys in the tilt are thinking. They've been thinking that since trying to pick the bottom since morning, right? If that's the case. Yeah, that's pretty weird. The ES is 57% long, 43% short. 59% of them are underwater. I guess it is, if I'm reading it right. NQ is 33 long and 47 short. No, it's 42% short, sorry. The only one that's net short is gold, I guess, huh? Or crude. That's pretty weird, actually. What the hell are they thinking? Maybe I'm not reading that right. I never really messed with it, to be honest with you. Man, how... Talk about... wow. Talk about denial, huh? If you've been short this thing all day, holy shit. Average long price is 63.52.58. Oh well. 63.52. That's long down here. So what are they doing? Are they folding out and then an average short is 63.48.56? I must not be reading that right. If that's the case, then now it's 60% long. Wow. Yeah, the old saying is the market can stay irrational a lot longer than you can stay liquid. It's also important to remember that futures is a zero-sum game, unlike stock or, FX, where there's a big pool of instruments laying somewhere. For every, and that's why they call it a futures contract. It's not a share or a stock. It's a contract between a buyer and a seller. For every buyer, there is a seller, and vice versa. I get so amazed when I hear people that you think ought to know better that are on, talking on TV or something. They say, well, market went down today. There was way more sellers than buyers. No, there wasn't. That's complete crap. It's exactly even. It is a zero-sum game. The market goes up by aggression or down by aggression. If there's more buyers aggressively going across the spread and hitting the offer, the market goes up. And today, just the other way around. Look at that 675 there at 43 quarter. That's a lot of liquidity. And that's what they're doing. They're going across and hitting bids, and down they go. And, as Tom says, or wherever, and it's the truth, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Let's see here if I can actually do this. Oh, I probably can't, because this is going to be never mind. It's going to be the overnight as the one I was thinking about. Right down, today's a perfect example. What has the market done? What's the context? What's been going on? Selling. It's a zero-sum game. Who's been buying from all of these sellers? Accumulating inventory. And how is that someone going to get paid and make money? They're going to take the market up, and all of these guys with their stops here and here and here, those stops are going to start getting hit, and they change into buy orders, and away you go. That's how, that's it. The trick is, in my opinion, you got to get on the side of that, like opposite the retail side, and I think you can be profitable. Well, here comes the power hour. Let's see what they can do with themselves here. And remember that we've got the Trump at 1,500. Well, here we go with a little bit of something. I suppose somebody somewhere is figuring that this is a mean reversion opportunity here, back up to the RVPOC. And we're just back down to, remember that this is the level of yesterday's RTH IB high. IB high. So, you know, I don't know what that shenanigan was last night, and that was all out of London too. Market went up about, I don't know, 6 or 7 handles, I think, in the ETH first few hours, and then those morons in London just took it off at about 2, and up she went. And I suppose they were just getting a bunch of people long, and then zoop, the rug pull. I guess. Well, we got about a minute and a half to the power hour. The final hour of the cash RTH. Well, the cash session, not the RTH session. The RTH session is 0830 until 1600, basically, Central Standard Time. And yeah. Oh, there you go. You ought to try the using the 2-lot with the risk neutral idea, so that you know, if you if you do that, then after you've got that risk neutral scale in the bag, the worst that you can do is scratch, and you can let them run. I mean, that really works. That resonates very well for my brain and my psychology. So I'm certainly not suggesting anybody else do something different, but that's works for me. Oh, and here we go again. Another VPOC migration. Where's Antonio? Good. Yeah, it absolutely is. Those nuanced kind of things, that's why I'm really specific about in this case, vetting and only trading the IB trade, the 2 IB trades. It just slows the whole game down. You know, I can watch the entire market like this until the IB statistic. First of all, there's nothing to do until the IB statistic, which is sets, which is at 9:30 Central Standard Time. And then I can zoom in and look for the trigger and the trade, if possible, you know, assuming that it's going to happen. Get the risk neutral scale. Put your helmet on, put your feet up, sit back, and let her go. Don't mess with it. In a now, assuming that I had gotten short on this IB, beautiful IB trigger right here, and was not vetting the trade, because when you're in the process of capturing the data to vet and determine whether it has an edge or not, you can't change the parameters. The first scale is at, positive 12 ticks, and the Second scale is at positive 48 ticks, period. Can't change. Otherwise, you can't say, what percentage of the time of 1,000 trades did I get T1? What percentage of the time of the trades of 1,000 trades did I get T2? If T2 and T1 are not the same place, that's not statistically significant data. So that's why I'm doing exactly that now. After the trade has been statistically verified and vetted, then you can start using another, varying the trade management. So we take the trade, there's the trigger. We get T1. Now what? Well, we've got some levels down here. Now, remember that none of this was going on at 9:30 in the morning. Certainly these weren't down there. We did have the overnight low, because that statistic has been in this right here in this column since 10 minutes after 8 this morning. We also have the statistic for 65% for the previous IB high. And below us down there somewhere is would be some of the other levels from yesterday's RTH. So you could say, okay, I'm going to let this run and I'm going to start managing it. Now you get down in here. You could think about bringing your stop to the swing highs, for example. I think that's something Tom mentions. And here's, bring them down to the swing high here. Here's settlement. That's another one. Those are all personal things that you need to work out yourself. But you see how you can do it. And eventually you could just keep trailing up behind it, behind the swings, and get substantially more ticks than just that first 48, which is if I dig both targets on the basic risk neutral package, that's 60 ticks. So you can get quite a bit more than that. Assuming the entry was, where are we here, at 75? So 63 right here, essentially. That's 12. That would be T2. So you've got basically another 62, 52, 42. You could conceivably have picked up another 20 handles today. Wow, that's a lot. I certainly didn't do that, and I'm not suggesting that I do, but yeah, sure, no problem. I go to bed pretty early, so earlier, But yeah, like maybe I don't know. For you, you're Eastern Standard Time, if I remember right, and I'm Central, so that's no problem. Depending on what time frame you got. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll do that. I'm guessing it'll be around 7-ish my time, so that would be 8 your time, or we could do it earlier. I'm just thinking about my wife does that gap and period of time between when my wife puts dinner down and I get sleepy. No drinking or anything, no wine. I'm gonna not drink for a while. I don't think it's doing me any good, and I notice I'm getting a pot gut, which is the last thing I want to do. I can only attribute it to that. So these are standing desks, so I stand here all day, and I don't get a lot of exercise though. On the weekends, I do all the outside stuff, and then Sunday I go for a little more than 10 miles every weekend, every Sunday. But that's, 1 day a week. That's not very good. What are we going to do, boo-boo? Are we going to fall out the bottom? I bet you the dear leader is pulling his hair out here. He didn't like the job numbers on Friday, so he fired the head of that outfit. And now, again today, the numbers are terrible, and the PMI is terrible. And look at this, and interesting. I'm surprised that the folks inside the Beltway back there don't understand or don't seem to recognize that all these uncertainty around tariffs and all this kind of thing is not doing the economy or the country much good. I don't think. And the concept that tariffs are being paid by somebody else is, of course, anybody with a second-grade education knows better than that. It's a tax on the Americans. That's who's going to pay it. And that's a fact. But like, for example, yesterday, this latest round of stuff that happened the last couple of days, or he's additional levies here and additional levies, several of the countries had signed up agreements, negotiated agreements, and thought they were, okay, this is what it's going to be. This is how we're going to go forward. And then all of a sudden, a few days later, it all goes upside down. In other words, what we had signed and agreed to last week, we just blew it off. I'm not sure that's a good thing for a country to do. I think if your credibility and your word go south, and now nobody has any faith in the numbers. They know perfectly well that it's just going to be cooked up crap. Even Joe Kernan, who's got to be the biggest maggot guy that I've ever heard on TV, except maybe I don't listen to Fox News, but he was CNBC. He was interviewing Trump, and straight up said, but don't you realize that by doing that, you've destroyed the credibility of our numbers? Because everybody is going to know that the person you put in there is going to do the numbers that they're told to put. That's why you fired the other guy. I was really surprised that Kernan said that. But he did, and so that's really saying something. It's true, but it's really saying something. And here we go, baby girls. It's 10 minutes into the power hour. And we are not powering much. The POC continues to fall. Now, here is something to recognize, or whatever, widely believed, and I agree with it. This is basically a trend day, right? There's not a lot of... It's been directional since the get-go. In a trend day, there is no value area. Because the theory behind that is that the reason it's a trend day is the market is looking for value, trying to find a place where everybody agrees to trade, which is what the POC and value area and all that stuff is. It's just the one standard deviation on either side of the mean where the most trade has happened. The inference is that that's where most of the majority of traders are okay doing business. And in a trend day, that isn't the case. So by that definition, we will not have obviously IRT is going to paint these volume bars as I've set them up, which is 70%. Is the 70% of the volume is going to reflect be reflected as a value area, but in reality, when we look at this tomorrow, there won't be a value area. So that's something to remember. What are we doing here? If you're just cruising through, that's great. Welcome to the stream. Every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. That's the times that are represented on the charts here, and I refer to pre-market and setup and everything, numbers, reports, 8 to 8:30. You know, let's start out with that, and then I start with that, and then we have the open, and we're off to the rodeo. This is Bookmap. This is IRT. I plot mini ES and NQ and the ES micro composite and the ES mini ES market profile. I also track the same exact setup, the micros. And because I push the session prices, and in the case of the minis, the session prices and the high and low volume nodes in the from the micro composite, these red and green lines, I push them to Bookmap. That's right here. These are the session prices from IRT. I start Sunday night around 1700 at the RTH Open, and that goes nonstop live until the market closes on Friday afternoon at 1600. These are the high and low volume nodes. And these levels are, I'm happy to share them with anybody that can use them. I do with several people in a couple of, in the TLab and in Static. If you're interested in the levels, you know, smash the like and the sub would be good. Then you know when I'm coming live, but it's every weekday at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then drop something in the chat, and we can figure out a way to hook you up for those levels. No problem. IRT is also where the statistics come from every day, and the statistics are here for the related. I'm trying to get this to show it. That's the overnight volume point of control. It is typically the most probable target, you know, price that we're going to touch, 80.4% in a higher out of range open type. The open types determine which column of statistics I use, or we use, people use, that are associated with the session prices. And I do that stuff every morning in the pre-market. So these statistics and these probabilities have been sitting here since 8 o'clock this morning, and you can see how they've panned out. This is the micro composite column where I manually entered these values. And my workflow is that, like right here, we have traded over this naked volume point of control from the 6th yesterday. We've traded over that in the RTH session. So the way I do it is when a level is no longer active or current, I change the text to black so that I know that. And then every weekend I clean them off. We have very definitely closed the gap. There was the gap low, and the gap high is up above us, so that's neither here nor there anymore. Sometimes I just take them off, and sometimes I mean, I always do on naked volume points of control and stuff. I do it like this. But sometimes I just delete them, and I will delete them. Here's the, here was the all-time high on the 18th of July, set in the RTH period. And up above us here, yeah, this one needs to go away, wherever that went. Oh, okay, it's black, so that's correct. Up here, we had the all-time high, again set in the RTH, the 29th of July. And the reason I've kept these active is because the real honest-to-goodness official all-time high is on the 31st, but it was set in the ETH. Typically, those don't last. And I want to always remind myself that there's a big gap between, well, there's 64.40 to, 25 handles, 28 handles, different between the regular session all-time high and what was put in the overnight or the ETH session. I want to remember that, so that's why those are there. Oh, and we're just fluffing along here. I wussed out when it came to this, my setup. I am vetting the overnight or the IB trades. The reason I decided to do the IB trades first, there are two of them. The IB failure, which is a mean reversion. In other words, this is the IB low, right? So price had, you got to remember that none of this was on the market, was in the cards yet. This is the IB low. So mean reversion would be, can't get below here, come back through it and trade back to the mean. And this, this is a poor example because here is the POC, which is, pretty clear to everybody. That isn't a worthwhile trade to go from here to here, right? And that's what a mean reversion is. It goes from the, the outside edge to the mean. However, the distribution of balanced rotational days, which this is not an example of, there are many more balanced rotational days than there are trend days. So that is the IB failure is a good trade to have in your kit because you're going to probably use it much more than you will the IB continuation trade, actually. And the second trade then in the IB setup, or IB trades, is the continuation, which I described right here. And I was a wuss and didn't take, and it was, fantastic. No heat, straight to targets. That is essentially the price comes down, takes out the target, takes out the statistic right here. Remember that the IB is not a statistic. It isn't a live statistic until 9:30. Right there. We didn't take it out. Touched it right here. That's what made it. Didn't take it out, and now it's 9:30. Take this. We hit the statistic. We get confirmation. There's the trigger. IB continuation, and down you go. And that's how that one works. So one is a mean reversion, outside in, and one is a continuation trade, outside continuing. And that's why I started with that, is that I would have two trades, one for each type of trading day, rotational or balanced and directional, sorted out first. And that's where we are with the stream. And I have a very stern commitment and guaranteed commitment that no trades are taken off stream. This is 100% transparent and accountability. Everything's recorded, and there is That's why the streams are so long. You know, as I start at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and whatnot, and then the market opens at 8:30, and I go all the way through. I'm not standing here the whole time, you know, talking. I think that would probably drive everybody pretty crazy, but including me. But the bulk of the day, very definitely I am. I am very, very always at the desk and trading for the RTH 1 session, which is first 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's how it works. Pretty simple. It's just statistics and probabilities. It is a statistical fact that the probability of the next trade is 50-50 because it's binary. The market only goes up and the market only goes down. We put the horizontal element into it with time. Price just goes up and down. And it's basically a random market. So that's why I feel the correct thing to do is approach it from a statistical point of view and capture a statistically significant data set of a specific setup and criteria. If it has an edge, you trade it. And this is not just something I cooked up. This is, this is recognized and understood by the best traders in the world. Jim Simmons, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the trader, best loser wins guy from the biggest hedge fund people, Ray Dalio, from the best hedge fund people straight down to guys our level, Rod, Tom B, everybody that's successful at this business and consistently profitable understand that. They understand that it's probabilities and statistics. It's not anything else. And if it's, in case that sounds familiar, it is the exact business model of a casino. They play no game for which they have not predetermined the specific rules and the probability of success or not, the edge. Then on the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as possible. And what you do by increasing the number of occurrences of your trades set up or a casino game is you relying on the law of large numbers to manifest, to increase or magnify or exponentially increase, however you want to say it, that the probability, If you got 5% of $1, it's 5 cents. If you got 5% of $1 million, it's, not sneezing material. And that's the whole secret. They know gamblers will win. We know you'll take stops. When a gambler wins, the pit boss doesn't run over and shoot the dealer and, change all the rules. They say, hey, good luck. Gradle, here's have a drink or something like get this guy a drink or something else. And they deal the next hand, period. Because their whole mission is to play that game as many times as they can without emotion, because they know that the edge will manifest to their bank and exponentially manifest to their bank based on the numbers. It's the law of large numbers. It's the law of large numbers. Look it up. And that's it, actually. And remember, this is what I believe. This is my journal, and I'm basically talking to myself here. And anybody wants to listen, that's great. And I appreciate the feedback and any, if that doesn't sound right or you know something different, speak up. But that's what I believe, and that's how I approach it. And if it was just me that dreamed this up, I would not be nearly so confident, But it's when it's the most famous and successful people in this business, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that a casino is a pretty profitable deal. You know what I mean? So that's why it sounds good to me. It sounds like I'm putting the odds in my favor, being on the house side of the table rather than being on the gambler side of the table. That's the way you look at it. That's what trading with statistics does. Pretty amazing, yeah. I think it's going to be billions of dollars a year. Here's an interesting question. Do you know who the largest trading partner of the United States is? What country? I didn't. And this is just, from the Financial Times, so what the hell do I know? But I'm just repeating something a fact that I read. It's Mexico. And let's hammer them, boy. Less than one, and this whole story about fentanyl and the drug thing is, yes, it's a horrible drug. It was invented here by the Sackley family, and less than 1% of fentanyl and opioid poisoning in America is homegrown stuff. Less than 1% comes across the border. And, and of course, all of the cartels and everybody are all kitted out with American guns, and that's all fine. There's just a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. I think a lot of it's diversionary. I've said this before, but I think it's like misdirection. It's that age-old art of a magician. It's called diversion, or get them to look over there. When you don't want somebody asking you questions about Jeffrey Epstein, raise a big stink about sending submarines to Russia. You know what I mean? Misdirection is a real art. It's a performing art, but then again, it's kind of what we have now. It's more of kind of strikes me as more of a version of reality TV than anything else, Jesus. Some of the stuff really scares me, like messing with the credibility of the data numbers about our economy. That is really bad news, boy, and that's playing with fire. This whole thing with, the tariffs and all that noise. Yeah. Anyway, nothing I'm going to do about it, and certainly nobody's going to listen to me, so try to maintain a positive attitude and do what I need to do. So, here we go, boys and girls. Yeah, we still got another 20 minutes or so to the top of the hour. Look at all those naked volume points of control I can nuke here pretty quick. And gap highs and gap lows, and gaps in the middle, and gaps everywhere. Been a pretty crazy... You look at the micro composite, pretty crazy, huh? Remember, this is a big down day. That's what we're having right there. Then there was this little extravaganza right here. And of course, we have the come on. Well, here's Liberation Day, where we're gonna put tariffs on everybody, including whatever the name of those islands that are inhabited by penguins. Jesus Christopher Christ. So the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Where do you think it might go next? Seems pretty obvious. This is the micro composite chart. naked volume points of control. Got a few of them down here. These are all untested. Naked volume points of control in red, and yellow is a micro composite VPOC. All of these, now we're up to here. And today we just took out this micro composite VPOC from whatever the hell day that is, the 1st. This black volume profile is the granddaddy of them all from my data set. This goes back to October 1st of 2021. Obviously, this is a continuous contract. It's not ESU5. It's not. This is incorrect, right? Everybody, I hope to God you know that the futures contracts are every 90 days, but this is a adjusted continuous contract. I have to kind of stretch this out a little, otherwise it's pretty hard to see on the smaller screens, for me anyway. There we go, that's a little bit easier to see, I guess. And once again, these are all just real simple. This is a micro composite chart, is simply the RTH period or the RTH session chart, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. By doing that, I get a micro composite VPOC, and these red and green lines, these red and green lines here, which are the high and low volume nodes of this current volume profile. And that's all there is to that. And here we are back at the ranch here. Back in the book map camp. Now we're getting some random tap dancing over here. We're getting some crazy Ivans over here. Up in here. There we go. Oops, missed that one completely, didn't I? Didn't work out very well. Boom. There we go. I flagged these. I guess you figured out these are the micro composite, the migrating volume points of control. Previously, I've only recently started, marking the session start and keeping the entire session in view, and I really like that. But these migrating VPOCs are a product of days gone by when this would be the chart, and obviously the active migrating VPOCs have scrolled off to the left. My thinking here is that I can see all the data I need to trade here on the hard right edge. The book, the 331 at 60, by the way, speaking of the book. This is resting liquidity. And then the heat map graphically displays that resting liquidity. So anyway, now that I'm doing this, which I definitely like, because it keeps me grounded in where the hell are we? Where the fuck are we? The Fakawi tribe. I like that. I can see, I see this whole iceberg that's trucked across over here and is still holding on. 75 handles at on one lot. Where'd that 300 go? No, down here. Here we are. Here's that 338 we've got down here at 60. And the interesting part about the heat map is that you can see exactly that order came into the book at 1219. And it's been sitting there ever since. Maybe some, stacking and pulling probably, because it doesn't show that. But you get the point. 5 minutes coming up on that. Market on close orders, which used to be a big deal. Lately, it's been like, no, I missed them. It's standing here and time comes and goes and nothing happens on the chart. So, yeah. Yeah, so nice to see a crowd of folks gathering up here. That's a good deal. Not sure if I covered off on all of on these other columns or not, but obviously these are the dome columns, and this is level 2, full level 2 book. These are resting liquidity. There's 342 contracts sitting down here at 63.60. 110 at 42 half. These are the micro composite notes, which I enter here manually from the levels from this chart over here, the micro composite chart. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push from that last profile in volume profile on the micro composite, which I know I mentioned. And then this is the full session volume profile plot, which started plotting at 1700 last night. And we'll go through 1600 today. Then it'll kick over. This is the RTH, which started at 8:30 this morning. The notes I know I've already explained. And the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap. And you'll notice that on my charts or my Bookmap, there's no indicators or... Technically, you can call the VWAP an indicator, I guess, because it is calculated. But these are just straight up, no nonsense, no magic, common sense levels. VWAP for both the Globex and the full session, or this RTH session, sorry. The mid for the RTH. There's a POC for the RTH and a POC here for the full session. The IB high and low, which I've talked about a lot, but that's a kind of confusing to some folks because it's just an acronym stands for initial balance. It's from the market profile days. All these two lines really represent. They just mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all they are. Now, these trades that I'm talking about, the IB continuation and the IB failure and all that, and the IB statistic is a very definite thing, a very real thing. It's greater than 97.5% probability in all 4 open types that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. That's for sure. Well known, been around since before there was volume profile, back in the days when it was just market profile. So yeah, they are. But nothing confusing. It's, it's a probability, it's a percentage. It says that looking back over 2,000 days, there is a greater than 97.5% probability that this line, this level, or this level will be exceeded by price. And which way did we go? We did it right here, huh? Boom. Because these prices continue to go up with price or down with price for the first 1 hour, there's no statistic. The minute, there's no statistic here. This move down brought the IB low to right here because it's before 9:30. After 9:30, wherever that went, right there, after 9:30, this line stopped going down, stopped moving at all, and this line stopped moving at all. This is the statistic. This is where price took out, satisfied the statistic of the IB. Just common sense, So many of these internet morons they want to make it seem like it's confusing and hard to do and magic and, you got to buy my this and that or special something else that's going to make it happen for you. That is just, yeah, I really disagree with that. If you bought somebody's indicator and you're making money on it, good for you, and don't ever change. I'm not saying this is, I'm not one of those it's my way or the highway kind of people. This is how I approach this and what I'm doing now, and I'm continually, looking around for who knows. But this is what makes sense and resonates with me, and that's why I'm doing this. I'm not telling anybody that this is what they should do or that this is the only way it should be done at all. Never will. I think there are some things that common sense would say isn't a good idea. Take care, Richard. Have a good evening. Yeah. Have a good evening. It's late over in your world there. It's it's all going on 2100 here for you. So anyway, it's I don't begrudge anybody for doing anything. And there's some things like don't overtrade. Don't do. I don't think there's anybody that's ever been consistently profitable and survived trading a martingale. Just keep averaging down or moving your stops away or stuff like that. I think those are generally understood bad ideas, and not necessarily bad idea, but not conducive to a successful trading. And I think everybody will agree, but I've never heard anybody that says that's a good idea, in any methodology that I've bumped into, unless it's some guy trying to sell you a martingale course, now you're going to get a lot of how wonderful this is. There was one guy that I came across on YouTube. It was pretty funny. He had a pretty good sense of humor is why. I think those are kind of what stuck me there for a little bit. And he's a Forex trader, so that I have no use for that right away, because I know something about the back end of Forex because I had a little bit of exposure to it when I lived in Kuala Lumpur. And there's a lot of stuff goes on there that you just wouldn't want to be a part of. But anyway, his concept was he doesn't trade. He's like Dakota. He doesn't use any indicators or anything else, just a 1 minute chart or something like that. And he would look at basically supply and resistance, and he'd say, well, let me just see if I can. Well, here we go. We had, there was a bit of support right across here, or maybe draw out a box or a rectangle like Dakota does. So I'm thinking if price comes up and touches the bottom of this box, we're liable to get a reversal down. That kind of thing, you know. But what his deal was is if it didn't work, he would just wait for it. Oh, okay, maybe it'll get up here. Maybe it'll work up here. He'd put in an order up there again. In other words, double down or cost average down. And his technique was his account size was his stop. He'd put a $5,000 account and he'd trade that way till he made money on it or blew up. And if it blew up, he figured that was his stop. That was his stop loss. It's kind of a funny way to approach it. But, you know, hey, what's the difference, I guess? Now, if you're trading a combine or something else, all of those things go out the window. But I thought that was kind of a funny, fresh, definitely a different approach than I'd heard. Just use your account size. Blowing up his account was hitting a stop, was his way of having a stop. I guess it worked. He claims he makes money hand over fist. I don't know. I don't even remember his name either, to be honest about it. What was that? Well, doesn't matter. So here we go. You see there, we went right past. I'm busy talking, and we went right straight past the market on close orders, and nothing happened. Wow, well, that's pretty amazing. I busy talking and didn't even notice it. Right there. Essentially nothing. Let's see what those are. I bet they're real low. They must be. Okay, market on close. Get this guy out of the way. These are the market on close orders I'm talking about, the imbalances. So this is 167 million buy side for the S&P 500. 566 million buy side for the NASDAQ 100, 39 million sell side on the Dow 30, and 371 million buy side the Mag 7. These are really, really low numbers. I mean, we have been getting 2,396,000,000, those kinds of numbers, billions of multiple billions of numbers of contracts on these numbers. So this is quite muted and explains exactly why I was busy babbling over here and didn't even notice it happen. That's not good of me. I apologize, but. And, you know, sometimes we would get a follow-on or an adjustment number at 55 minutes, but that neither. This is the liquidity loading in. And we are approaching 1,500 here in a minute and 55 seconds, and that will be the cash close. Might be interesting to see if... as GA was talking about there, that we might have a, will they put a closing swing trade on, you know, closing swing on them and get a squeeze going or something. I have no idea, and would certainly not predict anything like that or even think about doing so. But it would be interesting to watch, let it run a little longer than the usual 1,500. I only knock it off at 50. I mean, I don't shut my computers down until I close Bookmap at 1,600, because what I want to do is I record and capture a complete ETH and RTH session, and then I restart it again at 1,700. So for the next full session, and I've got those back a few years, those recordings, and I don't ever shut IRT down, like I said, unless something happens or I need to, or something for some reason it gets all funky or it gets, you know, buggy or something goes wrong. I don't shut it down from 1700 on Sunday evening until, usually I don't shut it off until around Saturday morning. But, you know, that's just because I am still looking at stuff. Every weekend, this is something I recommend. Every weekend, first of all, set your computers up so that they don't check for updates until Saturday. And then you, on Saturday, you check and make sure Sunday, and make sure you have them on for Sunday, because, and you go there and manually check for updates and restart them if necessary on Saturday. The reason I say don't do it on Saturday, it might happen in the middle of the, at 12:01 in the middle of your Friday night. That's why I don't like it. So every weekend I do that and restart everything, which is important. Clears out the RAM and all those kind of things. And then I'm ready for Sunday. And I don't have any surprises. And it's so simple to do with, just schedule it and away you go. And then on every Sunday, I reschedule it for 7 more days, and no surprises and nobody left on third. It works out perfect. And what do we got going on now? Well, there's the cash close, and I'm not seeing any magical mystery squeeze going off here, so I'm guessing that's not going to happen. I mean, it did jump up 12 handles if you get some more perspective on it, but considering where we were for the day, we are to the mid, and don't forget to, these are the VWAPs, and this is the mid for the RTH. So if we sneak our way back up to here, we will be back to the middle of the session, midpoint of the session, half back. Some of the old guys, Dalton, those guys call it half back. Okay, boys and girls, have yourselves a wonderful evening. Shut your stuff down, get outside, get some exercise, do something different for your eyes, focus on the horizon, you know what I mean? Get away from the screens. It's real important to have a balanced and, well-rested food, hydrated, all that kind of thing. That's all really important for your decision making when you're trading. And as you probably have figured out by now, if you've been doing this for more than 15 minutes, concentration in decision making is about, wow, look at there. We got 1,090 at 72.5. They didn't want that going anyplace, did they? They stood on that with both feet, baby. That's a pretty big order. And you see what they were doing is coming across and hitting the bid. That's why this is trading down. That's what I think anyway. That's the way understand it. Pretty interesting, though, isn't it? So anyway, have yourself a great evening. I'll be back at 0800 in the morning for the pre-market, the numbers, setup, and, analysis of how I think the day is gonna start trading. And it's tomorrow, Friday, isn't it? Let's see. Jesus, time goes fast when you're having fun, doesn't it? What time is it? What day is this? Yep, today's Thursday. Well, there you go. All right, so have yourself a great night, and I am going to shut this down, the stream down. Then after I've done that, and I will update the timestamps or the chapters or whatever you call them. They happen through the day here, and then I have to update them on the YouTube studio afterwards. So have yourself a great night, and I'll see you in the morning. Thanks for stopping by. Smash the like on your way out the door. Subscribe. Send me thousands of dollars, whatever. whatever works. All the best. Have a good one.